Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. So looks like once again we're still having some issues with uh, dropped frames. So it's probably going to be very disjointed again. I'll do what I can to um, try to get these videos up that I'm recording right now. Um, up onto YouTube so you guys can kind of see a little bit better. Hopefully my voice is still kind of coming through okay and you guys are hearing it fine without any like major issues or anything along those lines, but obviously visually it's probably going to be a mess here on the stream, so apologies on that, but hey, we'll see what we can do. Okay, I'll do the best I can with what I got. Um, so, um, let's go ahead and get. I'm not gonna do any kind of video uploads today. I just want to kind of get right into playing some games. So. Let's get into the game here, and I'm going to kind of talk about um, some of the things. I was playing again a little bit more offline, and like I said last time, before I ended the stream, um, I was talking about how I wanted to see if there was something out there um, that I could kind of go to handle, um, you know, more of the steel. Um, so here, let me actually, I moved all the hub and everything over here. So, um, you know, so we've already opened up, this part of the tier, and obviously the next process that I need to really start working on is trying to get, some foundries go on to, make steel ingots to make the steel beams, steel pipes, and, start, building this versatile framework. Um, get that up and running. Um, and as I was kind of discussing it last time, there wasn't really any great spots that I saw that, really had, um, steel or the iron ore and coal next to each other. I mean, a little bit. I mean, there is, we still have a lot of coal up, up there. Um, Here, let me go ahead and ping that. So, there was coal up here that, I can access. Um, and, there was some iron ore over here, and there was some iron ore up there. So, um, and, you know, I thought, maybe, you know, I could do some exploring offline to see if there was like maybe something else out here that I can like maybe try to use a little bit more. But here's the problem. When I was doing that, I was encountering more and more larger hostile creatures than what I can currently um, uh, well, I mean, I could. Okay, so I saw some fairly large creatures that was basically taking a lot of hits from my Xenobasher, and they still were not dying very fast. So I was like, oh, okay, and they hit hard. So I'm thinking, um, yeah, trying to trying to go now. I did find like maybe a couple spots like out in this general area maybe that I might have been able to do, but again, it was surrounded by very large hostile creatures. So, here, let me make sure that my yeah, we're back on default. So, the creatures will attack. Um let me kind of show you a little bit what I mean because I believe there is one, you know, um, you know, tougher creature, um, down in this canyon area. So now, obviously, there is um, I think there's like one more hog over here that I probably haven't killed yet, maybe. Um, oh, oh, a little bit of lag spike there. Not quite sure exactly why. That's a bit odd. Um, okay, yeah. So here's just like one of the regular hogs. So I'm gonna go ahead and surprise this guy. There we go. So these guys obviously fairly easy to kill. Um, for the most part. Um, but there is another hog right down in this general area. There he is. That's just a little bit tougher. Now, I would imagine that, you might say that that guy is like the easy, this guy is like the normal, and then, I was seeing some, fairly hard creatures, further out, and I'm like, yeah, okay. If I want to make sure that I'm not like dying every second, then I'm probably gonna want to just not worry too much about that until I can get some form of like defense going or something like that, you know. So I'm gonna have to think of another way of handling steel, which the most that I can think of is um, just setting up the steel process out here, um, which is going to require a lot of um, um, it's going to require a lot of extra miners and it's right now it's going to require some um, faster um, conveyor belts. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe I should be on the Mark II. Okay, yeah. Uh, as a general principle, now uh, I'm not sure if I have someplace going right now that can handle that's just kind of making um, the reinforced steel plates um, in a constant process, but um, I forget exactly if I got that kind of going or not. But we can definitely um, start looking into it more. Obviously, we got the copper sheets there. Uh, Copper wire, which, I'm going to take another stack here. Kind of running low on my supplies on that. And, I mean, I have a lot of cable already, so we're going to hold off on grabbing any more of those, even though it looks like we're backed up on cables, which is fine, no worries on that. Now, see, this is what I'm kind of thinking that I'm probably going to want to start doing is start really working on getting, um, more of the reinforced plates so that I can really start building up the uh, conveyor belt Mark IIs up like everywhere. Because I don't know if I've gotten that, situated properly. Um, I closed down everything here because it was just looking at it like a mess and it was very disorganized. It felt like so I moved everything up in these storage containers for the time being. Um, what I could probably do is start setting up this to be more of a reinforced plate area, and we'll just kind of leave what I got building down below there. I mean, right now it's still building up the smart plates, and obviously it's not, doing it very effectively right now. I know that it's very disorganized, and um, I think I can probably do a much better job at, what we got here to kind of move things along a little bit better, like, the fact that, this is, at 41%. I mean, the iron rods are, maxed out, but the screws right now are not. Like, we're not generating enough screws overall here to really make this process, um, super fast right at this moment in time. Um, so I need to kind of work on that a little bit more. Um, let's see. Um, I think I have a place that's just generating rotors, I believe, over there. Let me confirm that real quick. Let me drop off some stuff over at the hub. Oh, forgot that. There we go. Don't really want these in my inventory, so um, yeah, that should be fine. And obviously, I've collected a few things, you know, concerning like the crafts and stuff like that. And obviously, there's more for me to kind of search for and find. Um, Now, unfortunately, a lot of these are requiring, the steel beams and the like, which, I haven't even started the process of. So until I can get that, up and running properly, trying to do anything in tier 3 is probably going to have to wait. But at the very least, I can get this taken care of. I'm not planning on building a tractor or truck station right at this moment in time. I don't think they're going to be very useful yet. Um, you know, Not sure. Would a tractor be faster than a Mark II um, conveyor belt? You know, and even then, like, is there a way for me to even get a tractor from where the coal is out here to, drop off, um, steel, for example? I'm not sure, but we can definitely kind of check it out. So let me grab these extra resources, finish that process up. I think I have rotors building over in the other area. Um, and obviously I need to kind of get that up and running a little bit more. Let's see, grab 2 stacks there. See, now I need to drop off 1 stack. Should be good there. Let's see. Drop that off. There we go. Yeah, I have this kind of going on over here. But again, okay, this is just frames. Is both sides frames or is it? There's this side. Oh no, this is the um, reinforced iron plates. Okay. Uh, okay, so interesting that the reinforced iron plates are having a little bit harder time. Like this, I'm not, this time I'm having a harder time keeping up with the iron plates than I am with the screws over here. So interesting. Okay. So again, okay, Mark II, Mark II. It'd be nice to be able to get some signage going. For example, I think I can take care of that through um, through that one coupon place. Let's see, where's the bridge? There's the bridge. But obviously I need a lot of extra resources in order to get said coupons. Um, so, okay, we can at least drop the frames off there. Yeah, so, these coupons here, I believe I can use them to, create the signs. I just need these coupons in order to do so. So, um, oh, it needs power in order to even, get things processed. Gotcha. Okay. So, um, okay, we can kind of hold off on that for the time being. Um, um, okay. I do have some portable miners all ready to go for the most part. I need to get I need to see about rotors, and I think the only place that I'm actually having rotors made is, down in this lower area. I might need to just consider doing um, like maybe make that up there handle rotors a little bit more. Because as you can see, I'm not making them very fast. So, um, try to find, you know, or, try to start making something to just focus on making them a little bit more. Oh, oh. Hit my face. There we go. Okay, so get that started.
Milestone reached. Tractors permit pioneers to move around the world in a manner similar to using legs, except with wheels and the rampant consumption of natural resources. They can also be automated to self-drive and deliver resources between truck stations, which in turn facilitate automation of loading, unloading, and refueling.
Hmm. Any fuel type. Hmm. You know what? I kind of want to see what it looks like and what kind of fuel type it's kind of referring to. So let me at least make one.
Tractors can use any type of fuel and have a self-driving feature, much like Pioneers, only more reliable. While driving, you can record a path to automate vehicle resource transportation. Unlike early self-driving vehicles, tractors will not spy on you. Your employee data is already fully subject to other means of surveillance.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks. Okay. Um, where's the fuel source? Hmm. Okay. Open crafting bench, sure, but I don't see anywhere here where. Hmm. No, don't need that. Okay, obviously, we have right turn and left turn here, but it's not, going forward or backwards. So I'm thinking that, I'm out of fuel. So, hmm, I don't see anywhere on here that, shows like, hey, here's the fuel source or anything along those lines. So, interesting. Okay, just a bit odd. Um, like I'm not seeing any form of method of it basically saying, here's where you can load up fuel. I mean, obviously, crafting bench, sure. Oh, okay, here it is. Okay, so um, I mean, I don't want to put in much because I don't know like how much it burns through, but no, no, no. Hmm. Oh, it burns through it quickly. Okay. Okay. That's all I needed to know. Okay. Um, and until I can get, you know, more of um, like a constant fuel source. Like obviously, right now my method of getting, you know, building up the biomass and stuff like that is, um, you know, uh, one way of, supplying it. But I mean, I have a finite, it's for finite, resources here, leaves and wood, is a finite resource, Um, so I need to, I need to see if there will come a time where, making the solid biofuel is a little bit more of an infinite resource. Much like much like the crafting, the mineral nodes are. So, okay. Now, one of the things that um, I know that there's a coal resource over here, and there is a water source over here, so I can potentially start making a power source here. Um, and with the fact that I'm probably going to want to start trying to turn this more into a steel hub. Um, trying to use this as a coal power station isn't necessarily going to be that viable. I don't know. It's kind of unfortunate because I would love to be able to kind of do both in a sense, or I would love to be able to just kind of leave this as my power source, but it's the only location nearby that has both coal and iron ore nearby, and it's oh well. Um, okay, so tier 3 is all done. Next thing that I want to eventually build up is, you know, having access um, to the miner 2. Everything else, could still be helpful, um, but, you know, I could really use an upgraded miner, you know, so that I can, um, you know, put split out, um, the acquisition resources a little bit more and be able to either, send them directly into a foundry, send them directly into the power stations, or the furnaces and generate more products. So this, you know, obviously you know, uh, I'm not really being all that effective with it right at this moment in time, but you know, um, I need to, I just need to do a better job. Um, so we're going to, I need to get that foundry up and running. I'm just a little worried about power consumption. Um, One of the other things that I'm probably going to have to kind of consider doing as well is, um, finding a little bit of a faster method of getting back and forth from this area. Um, Obviously have the tractor now, but that's taking up a lot of fuel, and I don't really want to, you know, I want to use any more of the solid solid biofuel than what I already have, kind of thing. So. Get some more resources. Um, yeah, I also noticed that, you know, these particular guys keep on coming back in this area. Come on. There we go. So, you know, some of these guys respawn after a certain amount of time. Okay. So, I already found out that, one of these could, you know, basically pump up enough water to handle, the, 4 power stations here. But the thing is that, this is also not being very efficient, I feel. Um, because again, as you can kind of see, the amount of coal that I'm just delivering here is, you know, very little, or it's I could be having, you know, uh, I could have this being transported to like, you know, multiple power stations. I feel, um, right now I'm kind of limited to it just going to 2, just based off of um, my organization of it right at this time, and I feel like I can do a better job at it. You know, like so, my current idea is to do, um, a miner into a splitter. Splitter, splits off 2 rows into 2 power stations, and has another, traveling, further down to split into 2 more to go into 2 more power stations, and rinse and repeat, until I get to like the very back, or to the very end here, to the point where you know um, you know the the resources will have us struggle to get to like the end of the um power stations versus uh, them just kind of tackling just 2 at a time. Which means I need to do a little bit more of a reorganization here, because one, um, you know, the uh, the layout of these isn't great. The fact that uh, I'm working with um, with uneven ground pretty much all the way through here, and the fact that I'm uh, this could be you know tackling all this at a much easier uh, you know at a faster rate. So, and we're not getting enough water here. So that's, so we have a problem with our overall water pumps, which I believe I think I set up the direction of the water pumps incorrectly, I believe. So I need to totally rework this. So, um, okay, so, um, first off, I need to, um, hmm, okay. Hmm. Okay. First thing that I want to do is I need to kind of clear out this area for my other, you know, I want to get the coal that's over here, which means, come here, guy. Sorry, but you gotta go. Um, oh, okay. There's another guy right over here. There we go. Um, I know obviously I can't do anything with this yet. Um, that was kind of spoiled to me last time that, someone mentioned that it was blocked. So, uh, but I mean, I still have this one coal here that I was thinking I would use for my steel. And I know that the iron ore is, right over there as well. So, so if I can get that up and running, then I can get some steel going. But I want to get my power plants a little bit more um, put together, which means I'm gonna need to kind of break this down and try to redo it a little bit better than what I got. Um, want to make it, most likely build it up a little bit more. That way I can leave um, the water over here kind of untouched, or build it in such a way where I won't interfere with any kind of water production or water, acquisition. Um, which I mean isn't that high up per se, you know. But obviously, I'm going to be doing a lot of shade over this particular area to handle that. Um, so, uh, but I need to clear out this area, so bear with me as I make some room. Do a little forestation. Now, you know, one would hope that, they have like maybe a little bit later a means to have like a oh, okay. Um to have like tree production, tree growth so that, I can always have like a steady stream of growing trees, cutting down said trees and having basically an infinite source um, of the solid biofuel, but I don't know, you know, I don't know if they've put that into the game yet or not. So, and obviously, no spoilers, please. So, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that that wasn't, something that is kind of given to you early in the tiers, um, but then again, I guess, they didn't necessarily want to make things super easy on you or, for you to be able to make solid biofuel anyway. So I get it, you know, gotta leave, some form of challenge, I guess, to the game instead of like an infinite source of, you know, uh, power and fuel and all that kind of jazz. So at least, you know, early. Okay. Now we're gonna start clearing out this area um, for foundry use. I'm gonna need, I'm gonna have to work on getting, uh, you know, basically start building up an actual building here, um, so that I can uh, try to make things, relatively clean and efficient in terms of um, having my uh, now obviously, I'm gonna have a little difficulty in making it like super clean in the sense that uh, I'm still gonna have to have the miners, still, on ground level to handle, collecting said resources. Um, but the other, bits of production, we can start trying to put them into, you know, a little bit of a flattish surface so that I can start, uh, trying to be a little bit more efficient overall, or at least try to be. Am I gonna be perfect at it? Oh hell no. you know, uh, but oh, ow. Okay. Hold off on getting that. Clear up everything up here first. Because if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna be needing the limestone, I believe, for the um, Well, okay. Let's see. Oh, I don't actually have it unlocked yet. I saw like the what looked like the steel beams. Um, uh, Here, hold on. Um, you know, it looked like the steel beams could eventually uh, uh, were kind of surrounded by what looked to be like limestone or concrete or something like that, and it was like reinforced steel beams or something like that. I saw on the hub. Um, so you know, so the fact that we have the limestone up here, could potentially be of some use in that regard as well. So, um, but there's the iron ore over here. So let's clear up this area. Let's see, how are we doing? Okay, we're almost completely full up on resources in terms of wood and leaves, which means I'm probably going to want to take a lot of this back. Um, Thought there was a cave there for a second. And obviously we have this, copper node here as well. Where are you at? There you are. Come on, where are you? All right. There's always one of those guys around these nodes, so. And that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of picking this place, for the time being uh, to make the, initial, um, foundry to handle the, oh, okay. I'm out of room. So, oh, wrong button. Now, it didn't necessarily look like I had to really worry about air or anything along those lines. Like, no like air bubbles came up whenever I swam, so I'm not quite sure if there is a drowning feature in here or, like, hey, am I gonna eventually get hurt by, staying underwater for too long? I don't really know. One would imagine that my suit would be able to kind of handle it a bit, but again, don't really know. We'll have to find out. Let's see. I'll grab those. Yeah, I think that will have to do for right now. Um, so one of the things that I was thinking about doing or the one of the things that I kind of did in my single player a bit, um, uh, was um, kind of make a um, like a conveyor belt line, but I don't have enough reinforced steel plates, so or at least not enough reinforced steel plates on me right now to kind of do that. So I'm gonna have to really kind of ramp up the production of the steel plates over um, in that one section. Um, I got the frames going. I got these, reinforced steel beams or not beam or plates. And I'm gonna need to start working on getting the rotors running. Um, so, boy, I just I want to be able to do, or I want to be able to put together, some more, foundries and um, get some more production going. Um, but right now I don't have the power to handle it, I feel. So, so that's why I want to get the my coal power plants running a little bit more effectively than what they're at. So, this was wood. And this was leaves. And in a way, like, I'm still, you know, set up nicely to handle um, a lot of solid biofuel. So let me throw a lot of this into my storage container because I mean I'm gonna be needing my own my own fuel as well. So we'll let that go for a while. I mean I just delivered quite a bit of wood and leaves, so we can kind of let that go for the time being. Um, let's see. Um, all right. Uh, all right. This needs concrete. I should have. I'm still kind of making a lot of concrete already, so or at least I don't think I've had that stop. So I shouldn't have any problems there. I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna go grab that concrete. But clearly, I definitely do not have the rotors. Um, yeah. mean, as much as, I might, you know, I can, eventually change this to a Mark II conveyor belt. I'm still going to be limited by how much that produces to make the concrete up here. I mean, I still got plenty, so I mean, I'm not necessarily in a major rush or anything like that, in terms of concrete up here, but um, um, now I believe my little small power plant there should be able to handle all the production that I'm going through right now. At least one would think. Um, so if I shut down the coal power plants, I should have enough there to handle um, the overall need. Hard to say. Um, okay. You know what? Let's just grab all of them. Okay. If I'm going to be doing some major work in terms of building up some conveyor belts, then I'm going to need to, um, grab all those that I could. Okay. Don't have enough frames to handle the 100 yet, so we're just going to leave those there for right now. I'd rather not have them kind of taking up my inventory. Matter of fact, oh, but wait, I might need some to build up some of the um, everything that I kind of need. So, okay, let's do this. So first, I need one foundry, or actually, let's see. I'm probably gonna want at least two foundries for the time being. Um, to try to handle both, to try to separate the, uh, to get the steel plates and um, the, um, the beams and so on and so forth to start kind of constructing that. I'm gonna need one miner for the coal, one miner um, for the iron. Don't need a water extractor for the time being. But I might want to bring some copper sheets anyway because I'm going to be needing to do a lot of reconstruction over over by the coal power plants in order to kind of get that situated a little bit better. So, um, and I might need another water extractor altogether. It's hard to say. I don't know. Um, Like I don't know what the limit, the what one water extractor, how much water it can supply for, uh, like how many coal power plants can I put together before one water extractor isn't enough, kind of thing. So we'll have to kind of test that out. Um, Now these will make the steel, but obviously, I'm gonna need, um, um, I'm gonna need to, I think, maybe do some, like maybe two constructors to make the, um, to make the steel. Hold on, let me double check that real quick. Let's see, the assembler. Yeah, the assembler will need to make the versatile framework, which ooh, using the frames and the um, and the steel beams is going to be a little problematic. I feel, seeing that I still need to um, um, trying to find a place to actually make the frame out there is going to be a little difficult. So I might have to ship. Oh, nope. Stop that. What was I working on before? Rotors. Um, here. Um, or was it rotors? No, it was frames. What am I doing? God damn it. Let's see. There it is. Okay. Um, so, um, I mean, this isn't making a whole lot of frames very quickly as it stands anyway, right at this moment in time. So I'm gonna need to, I need to ramp up production here, and again, that requires a lot of power. So, um, okay, let me let me do, let me try to do something here. So, okay, what I'm gonna do is start up a conveyor belt heading out there. Ah, damn it. There we go. And there we go. I just want, like, as in a sense, a fast mode of transportation, which, right now, uh, my, the tractor isn't doing it. I'm, sure sliding is, faster than just standard running, but if I can do that while on a conveyor belt, that's also kind of speeding me along, then why not, right? So, obviously this will eventually be, removed. I don't necessarily need, I probably won't necessarily, in a sense, this is kind of my, very basic form of the hypertubes. You know, poor man's version of the hypertubes. So, But I probably need a lot of like steel and stuff like that for the hypertubes anyway. Ah, damn it. Which I'm not ready for yet. So. Oh, missing materials. I'm out of iron force plates already. Damn it. Alright. Okay. Um yeah, let's rebuild this. We're this isn't this isn't very effective. This isn't working very well. Um this is very inefficient, so um so for right now, we're gonna turn these off. Um, the oh, okay. Here's what I'm gonna try to. First things first. Let me see about what happens if I remove the. Okay, everything is still kind of running out there, so. Oh, damn it! I forgot to pick up some more copper plating. Damn it. Okay. Totally forgot about that. Okay, let's hold off on taking everything apart. God damn it. And I don't have enough reinforced iron plates um, to build a path back. Damn it. Well, at least I have something of a, you know, somewhat of a way to get back here faster, sort of. Um, got close, you know, but, you know, still need to, um, woo! Thud. Okay, actually, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna need a lot of iron plates and concrete in order to build up, you know, more foundations, um, out there to basically make a building. And, um, so, um, let's see. So let's grab ourselves, a lot of, we need to grab ourselves some copper sheets. Couple stacks of those. At least, for right now, obviously, I might need more depending, based off of, um, uh, like how much energy I'm probably going to be need to kind of use. Let us grab a couple more stacks of concrete to handle foundation needs. Um, then we'll grab a lot of the iron plates here. Although I did take some iron plates with me out there, so I don't think I really need any of the basic resources overall. Like I think I have, if I remember correctly, I have a container out there with a couple stacks of some of these resources already, so I don't necessarily need to. I didn't really need to grab those, but whatever. Let's put this wood and the leaves in here so that they can continue making the biofuel. Let's see, where do we stand on our container having... oh, we got a couple stacks. So let me throw that in there. I'm grabbing myself a full-on stack. So, awesome. And, we're still generating enough there to kind of handle the needs on that end, on that front. Yeah, I need to focus on the power first. If I'm gonna be doing a lot of work on building up some more foundries and smelters and constructors, I'm gonna need some more power in order to handle it all. So as much as I would love to just kind of work on just overall, making things efficient down here, I it's not, um, you know, I don't have, um, um, I don't have the overall power to kind of tackle, everything that I want to do. So I'm gonna drain that of all the reinforced iron plates, so I can make the um, so that I can make these little conveyor belt, you know, um, Obviously, going uphill isn't exactly great for the sliding, but all right. Now, okay. Let's see. Hold on. Cancel that. Get this tree out of the way. All right. I want to try to keep it out to one side as well, because if I'm gonna try to do a conveyor belt on the way back, uh, need to make sure that, I have a path or, some room to have that work as well. So, alright. And now a way down here. Alright, now, once again, remove that. And let me go, well, actually, what we're gonna do is just, let's go ahead and start dismantling everything. Actually, do I have enough room? Yeah, I have enough room to hold everything. We need to basically do basically a full rewrite on this. Okay, yeah. I was kind of afraid that was going to happen, but there wasn't much I can really do about it, so... okay. Throw that stuff in there. Yeah, I had resources kind of to spare here, so... Oh well. Alright, well... Now, obviously, it's going to take a little bit of work to try to get these back up and running. But, um, because obviously, I need power in order to start up these miners to supply the. Well, actually, no. I mean, I already have. Well, no, yeah. I'm gonna need some power to kind of get this started. Um, so yeah. Okay. Now, next thing that I want to do is basically build a um, kind of, in a sense, use this as a, you know, perspective of, where my foundry floor, my foundation should be, you know, like, um, so like, for example, um, let's see. I don't want it too tall because I don't necessarily want it to, you know, I, I might want to like make multiple floors, for overall production. So, nope. God damn it. I didn't want you to be made down there. I want to be able to um, have an even floor so that I can, uh, you know, uh, so that I can kind of handle, putting the coal power plants on like even footing, as well as the water lines and the power lines, all kind of uniform. Like, I don't necessarily want to, I want to try to do a little bit more, um, try to build it in such a way where I can have them kind of lined up at, the same amount of space across the board, and not worry about um, the hillside, or something kind of causing some problems um, with what I want to do. Or causing, basically saying, this is uneven ground. Don't really want to deal with that. So, okay, let's see. You know, now I'm still gonna need to worry about like, um, making sure everything's, still kind of lining up properly and all that. But thankfully they allowed a little bit more flexibility in terms of, what, how, pipes and conveyor belts are rotated. So I can kind of, you know, in a sense, build a little bit more, along those lines. I'm gonna build this over here. Now, one thing that I want to do is make sure that I give enough room. Um, so basically, the plan is, I want to make sure that I have um, the coal power plants in such a way where, I have them, you know, going down, I have coal power plants going down the line, right? Then I have a little bit of space for water and conveyor belts, to transport, the coal from the miner and water from um, from the lake over there, down the center, so that I can supply both sides of the, for the coal power plants. Okay, and then then another row to handle, another coal power plant, right? But I want to do that, I want one miner to handle that kind of split in rows, you know. Basically, I want, one row for the coal power plants, slight space, then another row for the coal power plants for a single miner, and then basically rinse and repeat for the other miner over here. But I'm gonna need to kind of give these two a little bit of space in order to do what I want them to do. You see what I'm saying? Um, so, um, so yeah, let's, okay. Now, I'm not sure if I really need this over here. Um, like, okay, here, let me, first off, let us start kind of supplying the overall resources here, which, let me, let's dismantle these for right now. Um, then we'll do, let's kind of angle it a little bit away from the other one. Then Pulge power plant. Okay. Now, the problem is that the placement of this is always kind of bit janky, it feels like. Okay. I want to give a little bit of room on the edge here to, um, am I putting this a little too off the edge there? Yeah, I am. I don't necessarily want to do that. Okay. About right there. Will that work? A little bit of a running edge here, which is fine. Oh wait, this is for water. That's right. Oh, but wait. Trying to mentally, put this together. How am I going to handle the water flow and the conveyor belts and still kind of give me a way to kind of maneuver, you know, not perfectly, but, still well enough. Hmm, let's see. Okay, let's see. There it is on the edge. I want to move it over about twice. Now, in the previous construction of the coal power generators, I had the water kind of split here, and they kind of turn around and go over in this general direction to get there. But I think what I'm going to do is um, I'm basically going to have the no, I don't need that. Um, we're going to have the pipeline support, you know, um, kind of like this, up in the air. So, and then, we can just do, the pipeline here, over there, and still kind of do it in such a way where we're not kind of in, we're not blocking the conveyor belt either, which is going to be a little bit of a problem because I want to make sure that I'm also getting the conveyor belt, um, high enough that it's not. Okay, that should be fine. So now if I can let's do that, and then we'll bring this up. Oop. Let's see, I don't need it super high, but at the same time, kind of wish that I can. I think that's about. Is it this height or the other height? Yeah, that'll have to do at the very least. So, yeah, it's going up slightly. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but but I don't necessarily want it having any problems with the water pipes either. So, let's fix this. There we go. Okay, so um, okay, we'll put the splitter there for right now. And then we'll do, oh, that is too steep. Okay. Hmm. Oh wait, what am I doing? I can do that and put it there. And now we can just have that connect into, oh, it's still too steep? Okay. That's a bit weird. That I put it at the right kind of height. Hold on. Let me try to get up a little bit higher so that I can kind of see what I'm doing a bit more. Gonna put that in there. Yeah, I mean that should be the right kind of height. What the heck? Hmm. Okay, well, guess we're not doing, or at least I need to readjust this here. It's the right height. It's just angled badly. Put that there, and then splitter. Where is it clipping against? That's clipping against that. I mean, it's a bit odd, but sure. I don't know why it would be clipping, but okay. We seem to be having a little bit of an issue in terms of our overall design right at this moment. So, so I think what I'm going to need to do is reposition everything again. Okay, and then splitter. Now, obviously, the belt is not going to work there, but maybe if I can, maybe I'll reposition this. There. kind of facing outwards a bit, and we can try to wrap it around. Of course not. Why would I want to do? Why would I want to work with that? Okay. Yeah, that's not really gonna work either because I'm gonna want to. Oh, shit. Ow. Okay. Well, I figured that I was gonna need to, do this anyway. I had it. I was saying that the player was in the way. Come on, go down. There it goes. Don't really need that. Okay. Um. Okay. Messing up a bit here. Okay. We'll do this. There we go. And then we'll do that. Let's get back up there. Oh, it didn't. I didn't put it at the right height. Okay. Now it's kind of going down a bit. But let's see. Put the splitter there. We'll reposition this. So we can do that. And now this into there. Kind of works. I mean, it works enough, I should say. Okay, so now obviously, I'm probably gonna piss off, some, uh, you know, I'm probably gonna piss off some realists that, oh my God, why are you breaking physics? But eventually I'm gonna want to remove this pole so that I can get the water flowing properly. So, but before I do that, let us go ahead and get the next power plant in. Now, let's see. I think that gives enough. I think that gives enough room overall. Gives. That might be a little too wide. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Okay. Let's see. Now we'll go ahead and get this. There. And then... Oh, damn it. I didn't want to do that. Shit. There we go. Okay. Now, um, so let me kind of show. Oh, need to work on figuring out ladders a little bit better. Okay, so what's going to happen is, we have our miner here, and he's going to, generate a whole bunch of coal, right? So that's going to be transported up, you know, transported along all three of the lines there, and, will be eventually, transported down into each of the power plants, you know, like so. But, you know, with what I got right now, um, the idea is I'm going to have the third line, you know, traveling along the center there, with some, with any extra coal that might be generated from the miner, um, to, more, coal powered generators further down, you know. So, so in this particular case, let us go ahead and make, um, put it like right about there. Give enough room to handle both the, the water, the pipes, and the conveyor belts. So, um, so we'll do pipeline support. Then we'll do the conveyor belt. There. Then let's see. Put that there, and then we'll do the splitter there. And wait. Did the splitter not go, not tack itself to the end of the conveyor belt there? Okay. Let's remove the coal that I have there for the time being. Move that along there. Then we'll do another. We'll do that. So that, oh, shit. Messed up. Missed a jump. There we go. And now, splitter, there. And now, conveyor belt, and there. And now, just to kind of show what it does again, we'll throw some more coal in here again. You know, once again, it goes right on up. And, you know, some remaining, you know, what's split goes down here. You know, gets, you know, filtered into, you know, wait, what the heck is going on here? Okay. Hold on here. No, not foundation. Oh, did I? Ah, frack. Wrong direction. Okay. I need to see if this works. It's not. It's... this is getting a little frustrating here. The splitter is somehow not sitting on the conveyor belt right at the moment. not yet ready to power up the generators yet, but can't really put down these, can I? Here. Grab these. Yeah. It's still not splitting properly. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me remove this. Maybe it's somehow trying to clip onto that part of it. It's still not putting supplies through. What is going on here? Why are we having an issue with this all of a sudden? I mean, the output is, properly going out. It's, you know, lined up. I don't know why it's having why we're having a hard time with the conveyor belts. Why it's saying like clipping maker with a conveyor belt. No shit, Sherlock. That's what I want. It's like, okay, something weird's going on there. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and stop the recording here. Um, and I'll figure, you know, uh, obviously I'm gonna continue the stream, but just to, let you guys know, what the plan is for the time being. So, and then obviously I'll start up a brand new recording. We'll start from basically here, or my efforts to try to continue here, and you know, so stay tuned for part two. So gonna go ahead and stop the recording. If you're watching this on YouTube, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Please no spoilers, or at the very least, um, just talk about what is kind of going on in this particular stream. Obviously, I know I'm not efficient or anything along those lines, not yet, but cut me some slack. I'm still learning. So, all right. See you in the next video. Bye for now. Okay, and obviously that video will be saved, and we're going to start up the video here in 3, 2, 1. And there's the new video. Let's get back into it. So last we left off, we're trying to work on getting our coal power plant generators back up and running a little bit more efficiently. And I just remembered that the um, the conveyor lifts. I guess they recently did like an update, concerning the splitters here, that I can basically put the splitter right inside the conveyor lift and it would still work. So let me fix that real quick. So let me remove these because I remember that I can do basically that, and somehow it still kind of works out, you know, properly. So don't tell me, and don't ask me how, because the look of, it looks like um the conveyor lift is still kind of sticking out from the splitter there a bit, but whatever. Um, so somehow we're not getting we're somehow not giving somehow enough room for the conveyor belt to um, okay. Maybe it's just a little too close overall. But I mean, it's saying that it's not um, colliding. Maybe because I did um, the connection. Like, okay, you know how I have over here, the one conveyor belt and another conveyor belt. The edge. I basically put the edge like right where the lift was, and it was just having a hard time with it. Why? I don't really know, but let's see if that fixed the problem. So still need to learn how to deal with ladders. Let's pull the coal out of these again because I wanna test the overall flow. Obviously, the coal going to the first two is, having no problems whatsoever, but obviously I want to make sure that, it's getting to the second set back here properly, you know. So there it goes, finally. Yeah, so that must have been the reason, the stupid reasoning. Somehow the splitter was colliding with the edge of the conveyor belt, and it wasn't collecting them properly to split it off into the other, over here. And it's like, I, To be honest, I kind of wish that they could fix that because, like, I don't necessarily want to make an extra long line of conveyor belt just to make sure that the splitter properly, gets um, attached to the conveyor belts properly. It's like I should be able to, put this at the very end of the conveyor belt. You know, Everything goes in and it still outputs properly into like, the side. So, um, it should do that, but I guess it's not there yet. So, okay, let me create one more coal power plant over here. Have it lined up properly with the other two here. Um, oh, facing the wrong way. There we go. So there's that. Whoops. Didn't want that to happen. It was kind of, I had it kind of lining up with, the one to its side, but, you know, there it goes. It wasn't giving me both indicators that it was kind of lined up with this one and that one. It was only kind of giving me the one indicator for the single, and that was about it. And it's like, come on now, work with me here. Okay, then we'll do the conveyor lift there, and then we'll go up and line it up there, and then conveyor belt over there. And now everything should be lined up nicely. I kind of wish that there was a way that I can like lift up the I can lift up the splitter like this, to these heights without needing to either use a conveyor belt um, to try to get there, or stacking the splitters up. I know that I can um, I know that I can do, like, for example, splitter on top of splitter on top of splitter kind of, style, you know but I'd really like if I can just, be able to um just place it where I want it to without having to worry too much about that, you know. Okay, so I need some more supplies. Um, Grab those. I should be good there. Okay. All right. So the pipe is going to be a little bit problematic because obviously it's going to try to, it's going to try to clip through that. Now, if I do, yeah, it doesn't. I didn't give enough room beyond the. Um, I didn't get enough room to handle the overall pipe there. So hold on, let me. Um, I need to reposition the pipeline support there. So oh wait. Need to stack it up high. Then we'll do let's see. It's still colliding with everything there. Maybe. Oh wait, hold on. I want a pipeline junction. Oh, it doesn't. Damn it. Okay. That's another thing that I kind of wish that I could do. You know, hey, give me the ability to put a pipeline junction at the very, end of, the pillar there. Okay. Pipe is too long. Yeah, that's understandable. God damn it. Somehow, the fact that, I have, the fact that it angles down is somehow shorter because when I go here and I try to bring it up, somehow I lose length. That's not how math works. A straight line, if I'm having something, if I have something going at a, um, the, uh, think triangles, right? Okay. If you have the slope of a triangle, it will always be, slightly longer than the base. Because it's going to be going, not only the length of um, the base of the triangle, but also the height as well. It's traveling a little bit further to go the hypotenuse of the triangle. So the fact that, I'm having it, basically say, oh yeah, no, the length, is failing because you're, you know, the hypotenuse, is somehow shorter than the length. I was like, what the heck? All right, well, whatever. Okay, let's take this. What the? Don't angle it like that. Okay. I mean, I still want. Let's see. Did I ever do? Was there ever like a fluid vertical? I don't think I got to that point yet. Let's see. Well, okay. First off, let us see about. Oh, I'm gonna need the flow of water to go on this. Okay. Let's see. I'm probably gonna want 2 water extractors anyway, so um, I'm gonna kind of throw one over here, and then put another one back over here to handle, basically both sides of the um, both sides of the water flow. But what I'm gonna need to do is basically have a vertical line almost straight up, you know, um, and then, have it, you know, head over in this general direction so that it can link up with the, you know, with that over yonder. So, um, all right, let's see. Once I can build ladders and elevators, and I'm definitely going to need some to, travel around this factory a little bit more. But, um, we'll get there. Okay. Now, can I just... Yep, no. It's too long to get to there. Gotcha. Okay, so there we go. And then put that right over there. Okay. Now, obviously, the water flow going straight up is not gonna work. We're not gonna have any kind of water flow whatsoever, to get it to this point, right? So, I definitely need the I'm definitely gonna need the pump in order to uh, get it working. And one of the things that I also noticed was the fact that, the uh, um, hmm, Okay. Okay, so first things first. Oh, I don't have enough rotors for these anyway. Okay. I don't know if I have any additional rotors saved over here. I don't think I do because they weren't necessarily an easy resource to come by. Yeah, I don't. Okay. I mean, I guess I could probably, you know, can I craft some of them? I do have enough supplies for it. Let's see. How many do these need? 2. Okay, let me make about 9 more rotors, just so I can have, you know, potentially about, um, you know, 5 pumps altogether. Here we go. Alright, and we'll put one right there. Okay. Now, the thing is that I don't know. It's pumping water up to that point. Is that foundation there? Is the indicator there basically saying that, hey, you know, the clipping is basically stopping the water from flowing properly? Probably. So you know what? Let's go ahead and remove that for right now. And then, you know, there's still a little bit of collection going on there for some reason. Okay. Um, well, I need to kind of see where this kind of ends the flow. I kind of wish that it could kind of show me where, you know, like you see the little blue indicator, like showing where, um, you know, like how much distance it can kind of flow. I kind of wish that it could stay at that point. Oh, okay. So that is the stopping point for it. Okay. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna put one right there. Oh wait, I forgot to see the stopping point for that as well. Damn it. Hold on. Okay, so about at the very end of the about the curve. I don't see it going any further than that, so we'll go ahead and put that one there. You know what? Let's go ahead and make ourselves a ramp over here. I don't necessarily want to go traveling, you know, all the way across the map just to kind of get back here. Can you shift down, please? game, I want it to go on the other part. Fine. It's having a hard time trying to understand that I want the top end of the ramp to, you know, uh, okay. Okay, at the next joint. Gotcha. That way, please. Okay, going down to the second joint again. Reverse. Okay. Have that flow down that way. And hopefully we can come on. There we go. And pipeline there. Let's see. There we go. And then this one is easy enough. There we go. Now we do another pipeline junction right there. And then pipeline there. Trying to see what it's trying to collide with here. Because it's not necessarily telling me exactly what it's clipping with, apparently. Ah, god damn it. Like, it's not clipping with the power generator. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, it's straight up having it's already having a problem with this. So maybe I need to give this a little bit more room here to handle the overall pipelines. So, which means I have to rebuild this. Damn it. Okay. Well. Need. Oh, wait. Damn it. That's too much clearance. Okay. Just trying to. I didn't want it locking on to that one per se. I want it locking on to this one over here. There. Yeah, okay. Now, it'd be nice if I can get both indicators that, they're lined up with, you know, the one in front and the one on the side. There we go. I've seen them have the indicators before with, other, you know, with like say the splitter and all that, but um, it just doesn't want to. Um, just didn't want to. Um, you know, handle that apparently. So okay. Okay. We're the pole, so there's no overlap again. We'll do the conveyor lift. There. There. And splitter. See, like that, It wasn't doing that for the coal power plants, having the side indicators as well. So that's what I mean by that. I'm like, you know, there we go. Remove that for right now. Okay. So now should be good. Okay. Oh wait. We need to reposition that. To kind of get it away from the other coal power plant there. And let's see. Well, it looks like straight is working, but let's see about other modes. Nope, looks like straight's the only one for that one. That's fine. And then we can just do an auto ship there. Okay, and obviously, you know, the water should flow down in, you know, into these, you know, easily enough. I just need to make sure that the water is flowing this way enough to get it all the way down to, you know, these particular, you know, to these couple here. Okay, so next we need to worry about power. So we can set up a power pole like right, you know, we can set one up so that we can get, so that it can just kind of power up, you know, the ones on the side there kind of thing. So, so first things first, we'll come on down here and set up another power line there. And we'll do that, and we'll do that. Now, there was a pump over there. Okay, so this is gonna be a little rough because, you know, I have basically a power line, only powering up to, you know, the, you know, I have one coming from the miner, you know, and, you know, potentially any other connectors that I might want here. Like I might need another pump down here just to kind of keep the flow of water going. But, you know, obviously there's no other need for connectors here, but, you know, clearly I have, you know, a need for another power line here to handle the pump. So, so it's going to be kind of annoying to kind of do this, but it is what it is. Oh wait. Actually, hold on. Never mind. Let me fix this real quick. Because I'm gonna need to kind of use this power line to power up both the pump and the generator, and then, you know, have the line continue on down. So and then we'll do line there so that we can power up that. Let's see. I'll power up that one over there with that. And then we'll just send this one down there. Let's see. We'll have this line connected to the outside source. I'll have this connected there. Then we'll have that one connected there. Actually, no, wait. I need one more power pole, like, you know, right next door to handle powering up that one and powering up that one. And then, you know, I guess well, for right now, I'm not going to bother linking this up yet for this line. So yeah. Now, okay, we seem to be. Wait, last I knew, my breaker popped, so I shouldn't necessarily be having power to power up the water source there. Let's see if I can get the ramp again. I just need you to kind of hook onto the end there. Like, ah, there. God damn. How hard was that to do there, game? Okay. Okay. I mean, technically these shouldn't be getting any kind of power, but yet... Oh. But yet we still have water flow, and the pump's pumping right now. Did I miss something? Last I knew, I wasn't getting enough, power from outside anyway to flow properly. Okay, well clearly I need another pump because we're not getting enough water all the way down here. So let me construct one more pump. And we can, or, you know, 2 more rotors so that I can make another water pump. And I'll see about getting, you know, better water flow, because as you can see, I'm not generating enough water being pumped down here. Okay. So okay. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna remove that and put it back over, in this general location, so that we can try to get the or am I gonna have to? No, I mean, we have this pump right here that should be, it's clearly we're getting enough water up to this point. So why is this having a hard time? Hmm. Weird. Like, this. Okay. So somehow, this pump right here, we're, we're pumping like full amounts through here. Or at least, we got, full amount of water, currently amount, full amount here, right? Um, flow rate isn't super fantastic, seeing that, max flow rate is 300 meters, but the thing is that you go to this point here, and flow rate is still, you know, about the same, but the water amount isn't. And that affects everything, further down the way here. And it's like, what is going on here? Maybe just, I mean, I was planning on putting another pump, you know, further, closer to um, the miner there, but with the current amount just not being there right at this moment in time, makes me wonder what's going on. I mean, it could just be that, because I'm doing a vertical line right at this moment in time, I'm just causing myself more headaches. Or maybe I need to have like 3 pumps here somehow. Or maybe the collision that it was happening earlier is still causing the problem here for some reason. Hmm. The water flow system is just a little bit problematic. Okay, so one of the things that, I kind of scratch my head with is the the head lift. Okay. Um, Obviously that's lingo associated with, you know, pipelines and the like, but you know, I'm of the opinion that, like, hey, if I put it in a pipeline pump, it should be adding pressure to, allow the flow of water to continue, right? So for example, why am I having such a low, I guess, head lift in this particular case, you know, to get the flow of water going? Or is it basically saying, hey, you don't really need this? But it just kind of makes me wonder. Here, you know what? Let me remove these pumps and let's see, because right now, the I'm having the pumps, push the water through up the very top right there, right? So technically the water should be flowing along here, still fine, you know, at least one would think. So the amount of water should still be, you know, going okay, but here's the thing. Here's where I'm like, here's where it's like bugging me a bit, is the fact that, I fear that even if, like, yes, the pumps are meant to kind of have the water flow upwards. That's great, but I mean, a pump should still be able to allow for the flow of water to like, continue at a more efficient rate, correct? So I mean, wouldn't, you know like, you know if I put a pump, like, the distance, for the flow here, like, it's, you'd think that having another pump, would kind of increase the overall pressure to get the water flowing a little bit more, but apparently that's not the right process somehow. We have such low water flowing through here, and yet, we got a decent amount here. So it's like, maybe I need to get a pump here. See, I'm not getting enough water flow overall down here to keep the coal generators running perfectly. And it's like, you know, what is going on here? Why are we having such a hard time getting water to flow? Am I just gonna need to throw a whole bunch of water pumps, you know, down here somewhere to just kind of keep, to just, push it all the way through? Like stack them one after another after another? One thing that I forgot to do was, I wanted to do where is it? A water buffer here. There we go. So now it's, building up a little bit more, and, building up some water supply. Let's see. Maybe I'll have to look at maybe I'll have to kind of look at a video to handle more how the pumps really work. Because clearly what I think the pump should do is not what it what is happening right at this moment in time. Because the flow of water is still very much the same. And we're still not getting enough water here to really make a huge difference right at this moment in time. Or maybe it's just, I'm consuming so much water you know, right at this moment in time. Like I'm not necessarily pumping enough water through to really make a continuous effort on, for the, you know, like it's giving, just enough amount of water at the very end to, burn one piece of coal, and that's about it. It's like, you know, so maybe I just need to find, or either I need to readjust the pipes in some way where it's more at an angle instead of like straight up, or um, I don't know. I'm not I'm not sure what the main issue is with that, to be honest. Um, you know, because like the flow of water, I mean, hell, I have like 3 pumps going on, here, to the point where like, hey, shouldn't I be at like max flow rate right now? Because I'm pumping, these 3 pumps should be pumping up enough water, through here. But as soon as we get past this point, sudden drop off, and it's like, okay, what, what am I missing here? So that's why it's like a bit weird. I'm not quite sure what the main hangup is here. Like, what is blocking the flow of water from this segment here to this segment here, for example. So, am I just going to need to have constant pumps all the way up here just to have this to be at a higher flow rate and, more water being pushed through, or what? It's like, I don't know. Okay. Well, the coal power plants are kind of running a bit, but I need to, I want to be able to make um like another set of them. Use both of the, because clearly, as you can kind of see, I've already maxed out the coal, you know, being used and distributed right at this moment in time. You know, um, we are, you know, the coal being produced by the miner is, more than enough to handle, you know, these coal power plants. But again, they're not necessarily running efficiently because of the water situation. So, we need to figure out what the issue is with the water. Um, but maybe I can do a different experiment, because obviously I have one miner being, you know using to produce the 4 here. So let me start putting the other miner in place, and we can start trying to get you know another we can build up the other um think this would probably be the last row that I need. Alright, let's double check that. So right now, based off of what I'm doing over here, I have 1, 2, 3, about 4 and you know, 4 in size there, or you know, 4 wide. So and that should be good, or you know that. So it looks like I built more than enough. So let us. I need more rotors. Okay. Let's go check out the my other the other, my actual factory and see, how it's holding up. Ouch. Oh, right. This is going, uh, this is coming from there, so. Oh, wait. Make that. Yeah, I mean, this kind of makes it a little bit more sense, but. eh. There we go. Okay. Once again, we're going up, so that doesn't necessarily help out with, with the overall sliding and stuff like that, but click. Ow, you bastard. Can you leave me alone? You just interrupted my process. Where's the other one? There you are. I know you spawned, so come here. Oh, it might be clipping into the power. Let's go ahead and just. Nope. Ah, frack. No, I messed up. I don't want it. I want it to kind of remain at an extreme height, so I don't have to worry about, monsters, or, if I do run on back, I don't necessarily want, you know, uh, I don't want to run into the conveyor belt, so. Let's see. There we go. Now the path down. Okay. Okay. Put it right about there. You know, don't necessarily want it clipping into the ground, so, or at least not that much. If at all. You know, trying hard not to have that happen, so. Let's see, and we'll do that. And well, damn. Ran out of reinforced iron plates right there. Okay. Well, I mean, for the time being, that'll do. Okay, so we got everything back up and running out here. So that's good. Let's see. Grab these. There we go. Let's see. Okay, now that I have, well, I mean, I don't necessarily have the coal power plant running perfectly because obviously we have the water flow issue. I'll have to look at a video to try to figure out how to handle that a little bit better somehow. You know, find out what the main issue with that is. Or, you know, I'll ask my friends about it, you know, how to handle the water flow a little bit better than what I'm doing right now to make the, you know, the coal power plants work better than what they're doing right now. So, oh right, if I'm not mistaken, I don't really have any place that I only have like one place that's making the rotors, and even then, it's not making a lot. Okay. Well, we have enough frames to handle the milestone at least, so there's that. But I do need to get some rotors going. Or I need to get production going on making more rotors so that, you know, I can, you know, be able to make more of the power plants and so on and so forth. You know, I have two places that are kind of making the reinforced steel plates, which is fine. Don't necessarily need to worry too much about that right now. Um, okay, you know what? Don't need that anymore. We have quite a large amount, you know, of the solid biofuel to last me for quite some time, so we'll leave it at that for now. Um, Not enough to consider doing the tractor yet. Again, I'm still quite um, worried about the finite resource that is the, you know, the wood and leaves. So, um, okay. So what I think I'm gonna do is, um, you know, I have somewhat of a power plant going right now. Um, so maybe I can work on trying to get um, the, you know, these miners that are here set up in such a way where I can start getting, um, uh, you know, have them start producing for um, you know, um, for the rotors. So let's see. So if I was to put one right here for the time being, again, I don't necessarily want to waste the copper for the copper rotors at this moment in time. Okay, so I do. So I'm gonna need to make a lot of um, screws and iron rods to kind of get this going. So, hmm. Obviously it's, this is much too close to the miner to really make any use of it. So, um, and right now, all these all these power poles that are here aren't necessarily being very effective or useful right at this time. So let's go ahead and remove these for the time being. Well, damn. Here. There we go. Okay, that cleans that up a little bit. Um, Maybe maybe I should consider making like a little factory floor here as well, because obviously um, the unstable ground is not ideal to construct anything like super efficient. So um, maybe let's um, all right, let's try to build something a little bit higher. Okay, we're gonna stop that for right now. Let's see. Now, um, let's see. Let's see. Now, logistics, conveyor belt 2. Well, damn it. Not quite lined up. Actually, we could just do that. Okay, now, we need to do some smelters. Oh, frack. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, I was afraid that that was going to happen. So, Oh, nope. Okay. It's not liking that. Ah. Okay. Trying to get this to work out properly, and it's not lining up the way I want it to, and it's like, oh god. Oh. Okay. And in some ways, I kind of, you know, I have to put a little bit of the blame on the overall design of some of these things because, again, like the smelters and the like does not fit, well with the foundations. And if I can line up everything nicely with like the foundation size, then I can kind of line up everything nice and properly with everything else. And well, you know, it's not going the way I want it to. So it's like, all right, all right. Now with that set, um, oh god damn it. I put the smelters setup, uh, you know, smelters facing the wrong direction. Okay, that way. Okay, now that we set that up, let's fix this. There we go. And that to there. Okay, now, are we good now? Apparently, no. Let's see, can I do that? No. I, I, it was, it said that it was lined up. What? It, ah. Okay. Okay. I, see, I do the smelter, right? Place it down here. I hit control, and hey, there's a little indicator line saying like, hey, this is lined up with this in particular, right? It's lined up with what it's facing right at this moment in time. You know, so so it should be lined up very nicely with the splitter right at this moment in time, right? Hey, look at that, little indicator lights, saying like, hey, it's lined up. But when setting that up, does that look lined up to you? No, it doesn't. Okay. Now, I'm gonna have to push it back a little bit further, apparently. So there it is at the very edge there. This is where it was before. So we'll do one more, I think. There we go. And now... Oh, I did it again. God damn it. I, it'd be nice if it kind of stuck with the same kind of direction that I was trying to aim it in the first place, but... I didn't. I placed it in the wrong spot again. Put it too close. This way. Thank you. Work with me here, game. Please. There's one more way. And if I'm not mistaken, that was too close. It was, yeah, again. Yeah. So here, let me do it this way. Let me put, another smelter here. Well, let me move it over one more. And there. So now I can do this. And there we go. And then we'll do this. And we should be good. Okay. There we go. There's that. There's that. Okay, now. So in order to make the, in order to make the rotors, we need the rods and we need the screws. Now, if I'm not mistaken, like splitting it up into 3 here is gonna kind of slow down the process anyway. Like it's not necessarily going to be able to handle outputting enough into 3 smelters to um, justify the overall output, um, but at the same time, I'm gonna need to have um, probably 2 of these making the screws, and then just the one here just outputting, um, overall, the rods. So let's see. Um, okay. Okay, now let me make sure that I have the conveyor belts set up here. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah. Need a little bit more space in between these guys here. Because clearly, the constructors are, the constructors, surprisingly, are actually, fairly, same size as, a single foundation, which is, again, surprising. It's, well, somewhat. It's not perfect, but it's close-ish. So, all right. Um, let's see. Hmm. Okay. Let's fix this. Let's see. I mean, this is still fine-ish. It's not necessarily perfect, but I don't necessarily want to try to realign the miner and the you know, and the smelter here to kind of get it absolutely perfect. So it kind of bugs my OCD, but not much I can really do about it right at the moment. So. Okay. There we go. And now that should be fine. That should be fine. I'll do that. I'll do that. And we should be good here. Okay, so smelters will be doing iron. Then this constructor will be doing iron rods. Oh, all three of these are going to be doing iron rods, but there we go. Then I'll have these doing screws. Then let's see, we'll do a merger here. Because I want this to flow into there, and that to flow into here. Then I want to do... Actually, hold on. Actually, wait. I have a better idea. I want the flow of the merger to go in towards me. Let's see. There we go. Build 5 kilometers of conveyor belts. Yeah. Been doing a bit of that. Then we'll do a splitter, which I'm gonna put it like right about there. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the screws merge into one line. You know, it goes into the splitter here, and I want to, you know, I know that I'm probably gonna be, you know, I don't necessarily want to have like too many containers holding on to screws, but at the same time, you know, probably, you know, can't do, you know, probably won't hurt to have some, you know, keep the storage up going with the, you know, with, you know, with all these kind of working for me, and so, and then we'll do another one right over here. Oh, oops. put the splitter on. Put the splitter down wrong. Splitter. There. Thought I did that before, but for some reason it was like, nope, you didn't do it correctly. Okay, now we'll do the assembler. I guess, I mean, I probably could have done this a little bit better. Like, designed it a little bit better so that I can have, you know, so I didn't necessarily need to extend this out a little bit more, but okay. And now do one more storage container. Right there. To store. The rotors. Okay, now that should work in theory, or you know, it should, you know, be, you know, fairly efficient, I would imagine. So let's go ahead and start getting some power going here. So this will power up both of the miners. I'll put another power pole right here to one to kind of, you know, for it to kind of split off into two different directions. You know, for the different production lines. So one over here, and one over here. Okay, now okay, now let's see. Okay, so we have that one, that one. Oh wait, this isn't working how I want it to, because it's not really. It's not lining up the way I want it. So we're gonna need to get another power line going here. Because clearly, you know, we have power line going to there and there. And then we can have that one going to, there. And this one going there. I guess we can have this one going there. Powering up that line. Should be fine. And then okay, yeah. We want that one going to that one, and we got that one going to that one. There we go. So that's all of that. And then to get it started, there we go. Yeah, see the amount of iron ore coming in just to produce the iron ingot isn't enough. While I'm using the even though I am using the conveyor belt Mark II, the miner itself isn't able to produce, as much as, it needs to really supply everything here with, the amount of iron ore that it needs. So, that's why, the construction of the, getting the advanced steel production to be able to get the, um, the miner Mark II is definitely, needed in this particular case. So, but for the time being, I mean, we got some rotors going again on that front. I still feel like I wasted some space up here to do all this. Like I haven't. It's not perfect, but I'm still gonna need to, get another. Probably want to. Well, I want to try to. I want to consider building another set up here. Now, obviously, this is not efficient enough right at this moment in time, and it's not producing enough iron rods um, to really, get this working properly. We're getting enough screws overall, but obviously the iron rods are what's kind of slowing this process down a bit. So, um, so we have a little bit of a, um, we're doing good on the amount of screws that we're generating. We're just not doing enough in terms of the iron rods. Now I could go ahead and, stop the conveyor belt in here, to so that, I don't necessarily need to worry about, because we already have like a storage container of iron rods already. Although I could just go ahead and transfer all these over there anyway. Um, but um, I mean, once this is full anyway, a lot of the rods, the rods are gonna move on to, um, filling up the assembler anyway. So I guess it's fine for right now. It might be slow now, but once this is, completely full of iron rods, then you know this will get stacked up of iron rods leading into here, and it'll just push all the rest out here to the assembler. So um, now it's just a matter of getting um, another set going for the other miner here. Um, um, so um, so let's see. How wide did I make this here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically. So let's do another 5 set here. 2, 3, 4. Alright, there's that. Okay, so I'm not going to bother with another storage collection for rods, so we're just going to go ahead and do smelters. So just gonna put it right there. And let me get the like constructors going here a bit. So at least I have a rough idea as to where I want um, the smelters. So there we go. Then we'll do smelter there, smelter there. There we go. And now, let's see. There we go. let's see. Um, hmm. Yeah, if I do... Let's see. Hmm. See, I'd like to be able to kind of, in a sense, snap snap it on like the, you know, uh, like say like, hey, I want it to snap on the horizontal or snap on the vertical or something like that, and just be able to kind of move it to the side or something like that. Because, so, obviously, you know, I want to be able to get the system here to, reach over here easily enough, but I figured, maybe I'll just build a conveyor lift like right there, have the single line go into there, put the splitter up at the very top and, have it split nicely, but hmm, let's see. But it looks like I'm just gonna have to just do it the old-fashioned way. Do that. And then we'll do the splitter. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, it locked into the other one. God damn it. Okay. See, this is not exactly what I want. So, um, let me see. Can I do... Bit weird, but maybe I can get away with this. And then... Maybe it'll work. Huh? Only one way to find out. Okay. Now, bring this down here. Bring that. Colliding with everything. Not too much of a surprise. Let me try it a different way. Bring it down over here. Then we'll do... Alright, now let's see. Do that. Probably gonna need another power line out here to handle the assembler anyway, so. Okay, so this one powers up that one, this one will power up. Oh, okay. That one's already done. Gotcha. Okay, looks like everything's pretty much powered up or connected right at this moment in time, so now missing some rotors in order to make the assembler. Surprise. Okay, I mean, we got a couple of rotors most likely already done, so let's go ahead and grab those. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to do the merger again, but in this particular case, we're going to have it in such a way where we have the output on this side of everything, so okay, and then we're going to do assembler. And let's see, can build mode, no, curve. There we go. And then power. All right, so now, oh wait, you know, right at this moment in time, we'll just kind of keep it going with the, you know, I still feel like I'm going to be needing a lot of rotors. A lot, I mean, the fact that I need 200 of them, you know, just for the, you know, just to kind of handle the, um, just the milestone alone is like, okay. Okay. Wait. Did I screw up? I think I screwed up. Why am I making constructors? Why was I making constructors there? What the? Thought I had it set for smelters, damn it. Okay, well, let me fix this. I mean, that's a smelter. Okay. I kind of figured. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. Now. Logistics, of 2. I mean, I could just point it that way. There we go. There we go. And now, with the splitter right, let's see, there. And then, what is it overlapping? Of course it's overlapping that. What the? Eh? Okay, let me try it that way. Okay. Alright. Now, iron ingot. Iron ingot. And iron ingot. Okay. Oh, sorry, I lost track of time. The, it already gave me the warning about being online for 4 hours, didn't it? Dope. Okay, well, let's see. We already have power to that one. Just need to power up that and power up that. And then we power up this one over here, and we should be good to go overall. At least I hope so. Let me verify that this is indeed, sending resources to every, to all the smelters here before I close down this video and start up a brand new one. So, okay. Okay, looks like everything's working. Everything looks like it's working fine. Got the splitter to send iron ore perfectly to, the other smelters here, and we got the process going. Now again, I'm definitely going to need to, replace these with, minor twos at some point to um, to get a better flow of iron ore coming up here. But for now, you know, we got some construction going on. So and let's see. Okay, so it's not necessarily perfect on both sides of the coin here. Like the iron and the screws are both lacking. So, but it's how it's gonna have to be until we can get the minor twos up and running. Okay, so we got those working on the rotors. Obviously, that's gonna take some time to get those ironed out. Um, let's see. Did I grab enough frames to handle this already? Yeah, I did. Thought so. Okay, so now it's just a matter of getting the steel up and running. Um, and right now I'm beginning to kind of worry about, power output again. You know, do I have enough, you know, hmm, so shows the maximum amount of power this grid can supply. So it's fluctuating right at this moment in time, mainly probably due to the water flow. So but I mean, even at the 450 right at this moment in time, I'm still not consuming enough to be totally worried yet. So I should be okay. So I think that's where we're gonna go ahead and end this particular video. Just so it stays well. It's a little bit over the 2 hour mark, but we want to try to keep it close to the 2 hour mark for each of these. So, um, we're gonna, stop here. Um, I don't, you know, I'm gonna hold off on doing anything concerning my uh, my constructors down there for the time being, until I can get, um, I wanna be able to kind of build that up a little bit more efficiently than what it's at right this time. Maybe I'll just do like what I did over there, make a whole bunch of foundations a little high up in the air and start, putting things together a little bit better. Um, those assemblers are super huge though, and that's a bit problematic. But I need to get the steel going, so that's the next part of the video. Um, so look forward to that. Um, Matter of fact, let me go ahead and, at the very least, start, get a little bit closer to my conveyor belt to get over to get over there. So, actually, let me fix. I've the reinforced plates now, so let's get the path back here, set up a little bit more. There we go, and done. Okay, so that's going to be it for this particular video. Like I said, we're going to be heading on out to get the steel set up and running. I may need to put together a couple more coal power plants. We'll see. But that's going to be it for this particular video recording. So if you liked it, like and subscribe. That would be fantastic. Stick around for some more if you're watching on stream. Um, or you can try to catch it out live, although right now still dealing with dropped frames, so the picture quality is probably not very good if you're trying to watch it live, so sorry about that. um, but um, we'll see about trying to get that fixed, hopefully soon. But gonna go ahead and stop the recording now, and let's start up the new one. So thank you very much for watching. Appreciate it. Catch you next time. And starting up the recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, there we go. New recording started. This will be basically part 3 for this particular live stream. So in this particular version, or in this particular case, I need to focus on getting the foundries up and running. So um, I need at least 2 foundries, so I'm gonna need a lot more concrete. Probably gonna need to grab myself some more modular frames, and need to grab some more rotors. So now, now I do have, a collector over here for rotors, somewhere. So, and that's been kind of slowly building, so, but I don't necessarily want to, use these to handle this yet, because we haven't even started the process of, making the steel. So, so let's go ahead and kind of get that started. So, so let's see. All right, concrete and frames. Let's go ahead and grab some more concrete and frames. Or actually, I should have enough concrete back over there. I think I grabbed a stack or two, so I should be fine, I think. If not, I'll come on back. But let's at least get frames. I definitely know that I did not take a stack of frames with me out there, so um, so let's grab some frames that are over here, and then ooh, thud. There we go. I'm gonna use my little fast travel, sort of. Once I can get those little hyper tubes, then I'll be able to kind of make this a little bit easier um, to traverse. But obviously, I'll have to wait until I get that researched. So, alright, now. Cut down a lot of trees, but I did not collect a lot of the leaves that I left behind, so. Okay, now, yeah, there is a stack of concrete in here. Good. We'll throw the leaves and the wood in there. Yeah, it should be good. Alright, so we'll go on over to our coal over here. Oh, they returned? God damn it. That's gonna be problematic if they keep on showing up. Oh well. Come here, you. Where's the other one? There he is. Ow. Okay, the fact that they keep on reappearing though, kind of leads me to believe that they're just gonna, keep on showing up, um, they'll constantly respawn, so it is what it is. In the meantime, let's go ahead and kind of clear the leaves and woods around here. Now, you know, if I want to, well, okay, one of the things that I'm gonna have to consider is how to get the steel back to the main base area that I have, right? Because obviously, I'm gonna need to uh, build, those frames at some point, so that I can get the complete phase two, right? So, um, most likely, you know, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get a a tractor path up there. So I might just, need to, use conveyor belts again to kind of go, to transfer all the steel that's over here, to the, um, to my main base location so that, I can get it combined to make those advanced frames that I need. So, um, so yeah. Um, okay, throw those in there. Put those away, put those away. Don't really need those. Okay. Okay, so next, what I want to do. Hmm, I'm half inclined on just kind of trying to keep everything on like a factory floor right at this moment in time. Um, so I'm half inclined on um, extending the foundation that I have over there for the coal power plants over here to, um, to this, you know, coal miner here so that I can get, I can start trying to put together everything, in a similar location. And again, I don't, deal with like the, uneven ground and the like. So, oh no, I didn't want to, I didn't want to pick up some more coal. Because I can just throw, some of this extra coal that I have in there automatically. Um, okay. Okay. We're kind of out of room there. Could I grab anything that might be useful? Mm, I guess I can grab another stack of cables. Have that on hand. Okay. Should be good there. Okay. Now, let us build up the foundation here a little bit more. Now, slight problem in that the sense of that rock being kind of in the same. Well, I mean, I can't necessarily build this foundation all the way across there because, as you can see, it's the miner is at the same height as the foundation. So we're gonna have to kind of extend this out a little bit. So like maybe right there. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay. I think I saw those spitters return. Not sure. Thought I saw them for a second. Maybe it's just my imagination. Okay. Looks like I probably should have had some more concrete stacked with me. As I ran out. I mean, this is a really wide area that I could probably use easy enough, but at the same time, you know, um, I might need all this to try to handle the amount of construction that I might be putting myself through a little bit later. So, um, let's see. Actually, let's see. Hold on. I don't have enough concrete for even a ramp. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back and grab some more concrete. So let us gather everything here. There we go. Sort that. Everything looks good on that end. And we should be good there. Okay. So let me go back, grab some more concrete. Because clearly I did not have enough. I was kind of hoping that there was a couple more stacks there, but it is what it is. Oh, come on. Jump. failed in the platforming. Yeah, one of the things that um, um, there we go. One of the things that I was kind of considering a little bit was like maybe I can use the uh, like the tractor on truck system to maybe like try to like deliver the steel. But the thing is that one, you know, um, the amount of fuel that the tractor consumes is quite a lot, and um, and while I am making a fair amount of the solid biofuel up above there, I'd still prefer to kind of keep it for the overall power situation instead of using it for um, transportation. So okay, leaves. There we go. And then the wood. Okay, and then we don't have anything there to throw in there yet, so put those away. Okay, we're good there. Okay. Going through a lot of concrete lately. I mean, granted, um, having kind of an endless supply of it, but still, um, the fact that I'm using a lot of foundations right at this moment in time to build everything up. I mean, it's kind of helpful in that, I can kind of keep everything like on a level playing field and not have to worry about like, oh my God, this doesn't fit this way because it's on uneven ground. Kind of thing. But you know, um, but again, I feel like I'm gonna be, um, needing a lot of the concrete and limestone a little bit later for the, advanced steel production and the like. So, oh well. All right. Um, yeah. There we go. Okay. Damn it. Okay, I think one more row should be fine. And ran out of plates. Thankfully, I still have a lot more over here. There we go. Now, not quite what I want. Once again, I'm having this problem with the it's not understanding that I want the back end, you know, I want it to be, you know, to have the ramp. Excuse me. Get out of here. But it's not lining up properly. And it's lining up, you know, with other things, and it's like, okay, finally, there it goes. Just would be nice if it understood a little bit better that, you know, hey, you know, if I want a ramp, I want it to kind of face a certain direction. So if you're, actually, I want it more there. Can we put it down further, please? Just down. Just, no, down, down. Game. It's like, ah. You know. Just to try to get it to go, you know, to you know, line up, you know, like a ramp should, instead of, you know, the, oh, there we go. Okay. God damn. Dismantle that. Didn't want to ramp over here too much because of the coal, so. As it is anyway, I'm probably going to need to kind of dismantle a little bit of this anyway, but whatever. Alright. Let's go ahead and finish off these. Actually, this all the way across. Oh, damn it. Messed up. There we go. Okay. Now, let's... Oh, we got these guys again. Hi, guy. There's another one over here. Oh, a couple of them. Ah, missed. Hey. There we go. Alright. Let's see. I have enough room for all this, right? Not quite, but... I don't want to go too overboard on collecting the leaves and wood right at this moment in time. I don't have a lot of inventory slots right now, so... You know what, let's go ahead and at least get the miner going for the iron and get that kind of moving, or get it started to have it move over to over here. Okay, do this. Okay, there we go. And then we'll grab that. Go. Okay, now we have, let's see. Let me put a constructor here. Now, steel pipe, steel beams. Yeah, okay. Steel pipe there. And we'll do another constructor right next to it. Oh wait, did I have the output? I have the output facing the wrong way again. 8. There we go. steel pipe there. And steel beam there. Okay, then we'll do... Then we're going to do... Splitter. There. And there. Which will then have... Just gonna have the storage container like just placed right here for the time being to take, you know, extras. And same thing with over here. And we'll do that. There we go. And now we'll do the foundry. Oh, what the? Stop that. Ah, God damn it. Okay, then we'll do that to that. And then we'll have the foundry making steel ingots. And we'll make another foundry. Uh-oh. Nope. God damn it. Here I was trying to make things look nice and pretty and with the way things are whoever designed these, you know, these buildings, the foundry, the smelter, the constructors, the assemblers really have no sense of flow. Okay. Well, I gotta dismantle everything here because here I was thinking, hey, you know, I'll be able to put the constructors right side by side to each other and I won't have any problems whatsoever. Okay. There we go. Okay, now I gotta get a splitter again. There we go. And put that there. It's, you know, there is, you know, obviously, you know, it would have been nice if I could get the constructors side by side to each other, But, you know, the foundries themselves can't really sit side by side with each other either. It's like, at least, I mean, there's a bit of a gap here. Why? Hold on. I mean, still a bit of a gap. But I didn't change anything. It didn't move. That's as close as they can get to each other. So, okay. So what we're going to do is, well, this is where things get a little weird because now, I want to be able to get, you know, the coal into, you know, to flow into these without kind of getting, without the steel getting in the way either, or the iron ore getting in the way, so. Maybe I can do something like that. And then I can just kind of have this, you know, actually, hold on. Let me kind of have this, you know, flow down here a little bit. Because what I want to do is I want to get the splitter without having any how's that lining up? I guess it is. Okay. And then I mean, it's supposed to be overlapping. What are you talking about there, game? Okay. So we'll do that. Clean up there. Do the same over here. Because clearly I didn't put enough height on the lifts, so. There's no whatever. There's no clipping. Where's the clipping at? Get. Alright. Okay. Okay. And then a splitter. And then oh, there we go. Okay, now everything should be running, or everything should be lined up nicely. So let's get some power going. Let's see. We need another one here. Then we'll put another one there just for, future use of, more power plants. And then we'll send this one all the way out here. Might as well connect that one, get that one started. Although, let me throw those in already. Then get this line going here. Okay, we'll grab one line and have it sent over there. And we'll do this line here, put it right can't necessarily get it to go in the center there, but do that. Then we'll send one more line over here. And have that go there and there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to destroy that line because don't really need that anymore. Because everything should be lined up nicely for the iron ore to, to split between the two. So okay, and now let us get the iron ore going here. down there. And then connect that one to there. And we should be good. So we got some iron ore being processed, or, being mined out. Obviously, it's a, fairly long road to, have the iron, transfer from the node there over here to, get to the foundries. But I mean, not quite sure what else to really do in this particular case, other than making it, you know, uh, send resources out like so. You know, can't really do tractor, so at least not yet anyway. Okay, there's iron ore flowing down inside them, both sides. That's great. So now we have both foundries going. And now we have them going down into the constructors, which will then make the steel beams. Awesome. And obviously this one here, oh, we needed to make the steel beams. The, steel beams needing, is it steel pipes or steel? Oh yeah, it's the steel beams that require 4 steel ingots, and it's like, so the steel beams takes a little bit more, steel resources uh, to get everything kind of working there. But hey, we got the steel pipes going now, so obviously, it will. Oh, so now we just need to kind of wait for this to get to 100 so that we can, grab them and, take them with us to finish off the advanced steel production. But one thing that we could do is not close down the game. Why did I do that? Why did I push that button? Oh boy. I lost progress, I'm pretty sure. I accidentally hit the close on the game. Ah, frack. Okay. Stupid. Alright. I mean, I do have the autosave, but I don't know where the last autosave saved at. Obviously it's probably at time intervals, but okay, Okay, load. Okay, this was the latest. Latest save. But that's already a couple minutes of lost progress. Damn it. Okay. Ah, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, where did it leave me off? Okay, so it's just, getting the power lines going. So. There's that. And that to that. So now we're back to, getting the iron out there. So now obviously I still have, I didn't get um, um, the conveyor belt to store the steel pipes. So still need to kind of take care of that. I also need to make sure that the foundry on the right is also making steel. So that much I forgot to do. So we'll have to take care of that. But everything else should be pretty much ready to go. Then it's just a matter of trying to get the steel plates um, out to the main base so that I can start kind of working on um, yeah, okay. I'll get on those. Okay, and then take care of that. Steel pipe there. Oh wait. Right, we don't have power to either one of these. That's weird. I thought I took care of that power. Oh well, no big deal. Get rid of that. Huh? It was working before. What the heck? Okay. Why am I suddenly having power loss? mean, last I knew, my capacity was at maximum of 450, so... Hmm. Obviously, we're at max capacity, but we're not having you know, our flow of water isn't enough to keep the capacity up high. So eventually it'll probably, you know, stop again because we don't have good enough flow of water. So yeah, see it dipped down to around 300. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have to try to figure out the gonna have to kind of try to figure out the water flow problem, or figure out a solution for the water flow a little bit more than, or a little bit faster than what was originally expecting. So, okay. Okay. Let's see. We need to get you flowing out to see. Go ahead and, basically use my um, my run track to uh, get resources back to the main base. So, okay. Obviously, the amount that it's producing right at this moment in time is going to be slow, obviously, in order to make the overall, um, uh, in order to make these. So, and what do I need in order to make them again? It's not. It's not a number constructor, so probably an assembler. So, okay, we need to figure out this water situation here, because clearly I'm doing something wrong with the water. So, let me wait. Let me wait until everything kind of gets filled up here a little bit. Let me. Okay, that's YouTube. Why are you doing that? Boy. Okay. Let's see. Satisfactory. Um, how to handle the flow of water. Um, okay. Closed caption exists on paper, things work just fine, but in practice they never seem to behave as you expect. Yep, that's how I'm doing because foods have certain physics applied to them. It's always clear what the rules are. In fact, it's a strange and unique aspect of this game. Zero game explanation. Yeah, pretty much. This lack of understanding has led many to assume that Mark II pipes are bugged. Okay. Usually they're working as intended. It's just none of it's how we're supposed to. They have a problem for the factories. So I want to say this is a channel called Satisfactory News. So um, um, troubleshooting fluids. Here's what I learned. The Reddit post on Satisfactory Game apparently. Um, then place them above the input of the machine so they essentially fall right against gravity. If you send fluids any higher than 10 meters up, you will need a pump when possible. Try to avoid having to go up. I don't know, something can be avoided. Yeah, indeed. Um, makes things into a head of pumps a bit later. Area of high pressure to low pressure on game terms means that fluid will move from full pipe to less full pipe fluids. The pipeline is full and sloshing. There are many words. So this is slower and then pipes when this happens. It's fully saturated, so they won't have enough throughput. A hard maximum flow rate of 600 and machine stuff. Constant rate. Here demand a certain amount all at once. Timing and any Trend and demand of your machines can temporarily change. Pipes can never carry over 600 per minute. The average flow rate drops to production, and then your pipe can never have 600 per minute. Use FIFO create some extra capacity for your pipes to essentially overflow into is to add a fluid buffer just before a pipe manifold, then agreed upon best solution. So loop back, connects to the end of the pipe manifold and loops back around to the beginning, connecting. That's the main pipe. This the side pipe. Okay, well, I'm not dealing with clock speed, so don't need to worry about that right at this moment in time. Sounds. Headlight determines how high fluids can be pushed up. Only the vertical distance or the difference between the elevation of starting and ending points matters. Okay. Machines produce 10 meters of by default. And, and beyond 10 meters, you're going to need pumps which produce 20 meters and 50 meters of headlights respectively. You don't need pumps for horizontal pipes as they do not increase the flow rate, and adding them can potentially introduce new problems, so it's best to also note to each other. Okay. Guys, you don't need the pump because those. Hmm. Push. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so here's what I'm gathering from this. The fact that I'm adding additional, you know, pumps doesn't matter because um, um, you know, the, the water extractor is going to be doing 10 meters up already. So, um, um, so I just need to make sure that um, you know, it's gonna, uh, have, the main machine there is gonna be kind of pumping water, for, small distance up here, automatically, and then I need a pump in order to get it the rest of the way. Now, once it's up here, the pump isn't gonna do anything. Okay. The fact that I have such a long pipe is probably like the main problem to this. Also, the fact that I do not have this kind of flowing downwards is also probably the reason why I'm having, issues. Um, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of change this up here a little bit. It's gonna be, it's gonna mean that we're gonna be doing it, we're gonna have a little bit of, um, we're gonna have a little bit of a problem in the sense of, um, the, um, we're gonna basically cause ourselves some problems, some harassment with the, um, um, with the fact that we're going to be doing, um, we're basically going to cause pathing issues with the pipes kind of being in our way, but I mean, there's not much else I can really do to kind of correct this issue, so. Okay, so this is at its max, but I don't necessarily want it to be at its max. I want to be able to kind of have it flow downwards a little bit. Okay, that's down one notch, that's down two notches. Let's see, one, two, three. Okay, so it's all the way down at its base right at this moment in time. So let us let's go ahead and make one of those um, fluid buffers. Now, personally, I don't like this plan right at this moment in time. Oh, wait. I don't like the idea of, you know, um, having to, um, I would have preferred being able to having the water pipe, go, you know, as high as it was all the way over here, so I wouldn't necessarily have to worry about, trying to like jump over these pipes. Um, but, you know, it looks like I don't really have too much of a choice in that matter, and that, you know, I'm kind of limited by, um, you know, I'm kind of limited by what I can make right at this point, and what, I can kind of do. So, okay. There we go. Let's see. Is that? Uh, See what I mean? It's already kind of causing me problems in the sense that, um, it's already high enough that it's just in the way, but there's not much I can really do about it right now. Okay. Now that we have, the pipe, and, I'm trying to angle it downward so that, it has a little bit more of a constant flow. Now it's just a matter of trying to make sure that we have our, um, make sure that we got, water flowing properly from there all the way up. So, um, okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, now. That's fine. That's fine. That is not. Okay. Not quite sure exactly why I lost a lot of, um, God damn it. I need to be able to kind of see this a little bit more. Okay. Something's funky going on with this particular pipe, so we're gonna do that. It had a, it had somehow a breakage going on. Invalid shape. What the fuck? Okay. Now let's see. Hmm. Okay. Let's try that. Okay. Now the coal um, factory should have enough water in them to be able to, you know, generate some amount of electricity for a short amount of time. So that should be able to get the pump going. But yet we don't have the pump flowing right at this moment in time. Okay, well. No. Okay. There we go. So now okay, let's see, hold on. Losing fluid there for the buffer. Okay. We have a little bit of a water flow, although not much. Okay. Seeing a continuous increase in flow. Now it's a decrease. Hmm. This is the reason why I was trying to build it up so that I don't have to worry about, um, I mean, the only other thing that I can think of maybe is, um, kind of like trying to do like a wave, like, um, have, you know, uh, have it go up and down, up and down, up and down, kind of thing, you know, to be able to, put more pumps in to just kind of handle the, you know, uh, but I mean, based off of what the guy was saying, that wouldn't really matter because the gravity going down is going to have the water flow um, at like a constant speed to somehow get itself over the rise, and I mean that's not quite exactly how everything kind of works, and but so I don't know. It feels like everything's kind of running smoothly, although again, water consumption isn't super high, and I'm afraid I'm gonna be losing power again. So, hmm. Okay, well, what I can do is let's go and grab our 100 pipes because, or at least, should be close to having them complete. Yeah, we do. So, I'm gonna grab those. Then we'll head on back to our main base. We'll see about trying to get these hooked into a spot where we can generate our frames so we can start building the second portion of our, of our, uh, phase two. Uh, Third part is going to be interesting, but, you know, um, the only downside right at this moment in time is the fact that I don't think I have any frames going on um, at that lower, starting area that I had. So missed. So, I have, some steel beams saved up already, but, you know, um, if I want to get them to a spot where I can, um, start sending them onto the space elevator, I'm gonna need to, um, you know, get this figured out a little bit more uh, than what I'm doing right at the moment. So, but first, let's go and get, we need to clean up this area more. Get it a little bit more efficient, organize it a little bit better, and set up for the frames a little bit more. So. Alright, go ahead and throw that in there. We can go ahead and throw those in there for right now. I mean, my power supply hasn't been totally consistent, but, I'm gonna throw the rest of these pipes in here for the time being. Yeah. There we go. More than enough to work on the advanced steel production, which means I'm going to be able to do um, the miner 2. Now, the only downside that I have with the miner 2 is the fact that it um, takes a little bit more power.
The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to face
As you can
the
see,
speed of the Mark
15
I
megawatts
Miners
there.
can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the
So,
Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
okay. Okay, so, I mean, it would really be nice to be able to set up um, the hypertubes. I don't know. It's saying powered up, so it, you know, it might need a long amount of, um, it might need power in order to kind of keep them operational, which, um, I mean, power storage might be handy. Um, Although, um, why, why, what's, is there any benefit to having the power towers? You know, do that, does, do you like lose power from, over distance because of the, the minor, you know, power poles? Hmm. Hmm. What I'm kind of curious about now is whether, um, do we have some improvements that we can, well, obviously I don't, we don't have any improvements, here, for, the water, you know, the water extractor and stuff like that. So, um, but it would be nice to get the, get a little bit more um, flow going. So, um, head lift does not stack. So, space between pumps is recommended. So, um, well, okay. This one doesn't really require too much. I mean, obviously we have, steel beams, the steel pipes, and the reinforced iron plates, But when compared to, say, like the hypertubes, which need the encased industrial beam, which, as you can see, you need the steel plates and the cement in order to make them. Yeah. um, I would imagine that the conveyor belt Mark III is probably going to need like steel beams in order to make them. So let's go ahead and select this one. Um, and then let us work on. Well, okay. One thing that I'm kind of curious about is, you know, well, I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna want to try to start getting some, um, parts over here so that I can get, or, start throwing some resources in here. So, for example, um, I have a lot of copper going on, and, you know, like I'm not really using any of it right at this moment in time. I have everything pretty much shut down because it's like, um, everything's full. Although, wait, aren't you guys working? Did I cut off power to you guys? I don't remember cutting off power to you. Hmm. Okay, well, not sure exactly what happened, but or actually, hold on. Put that one connected there, and then we'll use this one to put another, take a long power line out here. And then we'll set that one up to there. Okay. So not quite sure what resources I can send to it. Like, can I do something like this? Here, hold on. Let me. Will it take copper ore? It does. Okay. I mean, it's not exactly, I mean, um, I might not be getting a lot of points out of them, but I mean, it's better than the alternative. Them just kind of sitting here right at this moment in time, so. Now I don't know if there's a way that I can just like maybe set up multiple of these like around the area, like, you know, um, put these things all over the place. But ooh, they are expensive in terms of power usage. Yikes. Okay. Um, Makes me think I really should set up the other power stations. Um, okay. Let's see. yeah, the frames, the pipes, all that's gonna be kind of rough to deal with. And I need to somehow find a better way of handling um, the water pipe issue, because it feels as though I'm like the way the way I'm doing it right at this moment in time isn't um, I'm not going to be able to get what I want out of it, or I'm not I'm not generating enough consistent power from my coal power plants right at this moment in time to keep everything going on a regular consistent level. So okay. Um okay, reinforced iron plates are really going strong here apparently. Um let's kind of change this a bit. Let's see. Hmm. I need some more. Need some more there. Okay. Okay. Okay, where? Ah, there's. There we go. And now. Conveyor belt is too long. God damn it. Just ever so shy. There we go. Now. What I didn't do is set up a. You know, it's gonna kind of slow down um, overall, production of getting the smart plates into um, into the space elevator, but I do want to try to get, more of a storage of them as well. So, even though, again, it's very slow. Um, what is the main holdup, though? Okay, we're working on rotors, which, apparently we have plenty of the iron rods ready to go, but we're not generating enough screws in order to um, oh, okay. Well, that's a bit of a problem right there. Um, okay. See, this is why I'm like, I need to rework this place because I'm doing a lot of things wrong here, I feel. So, um, okay. Let's see, for the time being, um, let us build another assembler. Oop, don't have enough iron plates, okay. Let's go ahead and grab some more. There we go. Then we'll do the versatile framework. Now, the thing is that we don't have any place making the versatile frame or the the frames needed to make this happen. So let's see, I might need to make another assembler just to see about maybe putting together some additional frames, or see what I can do about making frames here. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna make this look ugly for the time being, but right now, um, it might be kind of my only solution in this particular case to get, these to kind of get this kind of set up. So, okay. Okay, there's that. So now we have steel beams going in here. Obviously, you know, we still need to get frames going, which I can get this over here to get, you know, the reinforced iron plates in here, but the rods, that's gonna be a little bit of a different matter. I'm gonna make this look ugly, so okay, and then right in. There we go. And then I need power. There we go. Okay. It's ugly for right now, but you know, it will start getting the versatile frames going, so which um, let's go ahead and get ourselves a means to put that there, and then there we go. It's ugly, but it gets the job done for the time being, you know, on a temporary basis. So, um, oh, and there went the power. Damn it. I gotta solve the electrical issue. I gotta try to solve the my problem with the fluids. It's a bit odd that um like I think my initial work of um the coal power plants and the fact that I was using pumps to basically pump the water, you know, up to the coal power plants was working a lot better than the way I have it right now. And that's a bit of a weird thing to say, you know. Like, the my water flow is so minimum right at this moment in time, even though these pumps should be, you know, you know, like where, you know, the flow rate is just so bad right at this moment in time, and I'm not quite sure exactly why, you know. As though I'm probably gonna need to do the like the flow upwards, just have a constant line of pumps just kind of going up towards um, these coal power plants, because the way the water is flowing right at this moment in time is not great, and it's just weird that I'm kind of experiencing this level of difficulty with the water right at this moment in time, even though, you know, I shouldn't be having this problem. So, let's see. Okay, well, I gotta rework the water system. I'll take the water buffer out for right now. Okay. Now that that's kind of taken care of here, um, yeah, I do feel like, maybe they need to kind of rework their fluids a little bit more, because um, this is a bit of a issue that, they're it's not feeling very consistent, or it's not feeling very, you know, useful overall. So, um, Keep the power line intact. Okay. Now, we'll go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of a fluid buffer again. Let's see. See, I don't want it to rise up so quickly either, because again, I'm gonna have the same kind of issue that I had before. Hmm. Okay, so thought line here. If I'm gonna do a water line that I need to kind of go up the center for anyway, and I'm gonna need to kind of have it, have a constant rise, from, just have it slowly rise up all the way up to the, these power plants anyway, then I might need to just go ahead and like maybe take out like I don't think there's any way that there's no um water port that I can put into um nothing I can put into like the bottom or anything along those lines. Plus, again, I feel like I need to do it as a gradual rise like I did before, because when I did it before, it's slowly rising, you know, all the way up to the edge there and having pumps, flow the water. It seemed like I had a constant flow all the way, to the very end there. It wasn't, you know, I wasn't like having some inconsistencies. So now it could be that maybe, um, even if I was to do something along the lines of like, hey, let me build up, you know, some like super large foundations up high and then just kind of slant it all the way down to the very beginning. It still doesn't necessarily resolve the issue because, eventually, you know, if I'm gonna have these kind of extend all the way out, I'm gonna be running into the conveyor belts trying to handle the, you know, the coal being distributed, you know, running into those foundations. So, ah, okay. Um, I can see that I've already passed my 2 hour limit on this particular video. So let me go ahead and kind of close on down, leave it a little bit of a cliffhanger for you folks. You know, what can I do with the flow of water? Although I'm probably gonna, oh, technically I've been streaming for well over 6 hours. And I do need to get some food in me. You know what? I'm gonna have to leave it here. I'm gonna have to try to find out what I'm doing wrong in terms of the fluids. Figure out how to fix this particular issue because obviously, you know, I need these coal power plants to be running at 100% like all the time. Um, you know, and I'm gonna need to be able to build up multiple of them to handle the increase of power consumption that I'm gonna be doing with the with the need for steel and the like. Um, so the fact that I'm dealing with fluid issues, you know, right now, you know, I'm gonna have to resolve it somehow, some way. So, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave that here. We'll, um, next time I stream, hopefully I'll have kind of a better solution than what I'm doing right now, because clearly I'm doing something wrong. So, um, so I'm gonna have to figure out, you know, what I can do and how to go about doing it to get the water to the coal power plants. So, but that's gonna be it for this. We're gonna go ahead and end it here. Um, let's go ahead and definitely save it. Um, but um, uh, just a little bit of it's just a bit of inconsistencies that is kind of making me a little irritated. But I mean, it's not the only game that has kind of had its inconsistencies and stuff like that. Um, you know, point at Subnautica for one. Um, so yeah. Next time I stream this, hopefully I'll have a better solution for the water flow. Or I'll try to figure out, like, maybe I'll ask my friends on how to kind of handle it a little bit better. We'll see. Um, but yeah, we'll end it there. So I want to thank you all for stopping on by and joining me, even though it's probably a visual mess. But again, I'll try to put these videos up on YouTube so that you can kind of watch them a little bit better. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully, if you want, give it a like and subscribe. Check out the links in the description. We'll, we'll try to get, we'll continue to grow and improve on this. So hopefully you'll look forward to that. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. And I'll catch you all next time.